tickets.
Okay.
So you need to help us also for the lottery at the end. We need, okay, because we need to pick about 15 people, I think. Yeah.
How many people are there? Are they in yet?
No, I don't think
Okay.
we have permitted anyone yet. We still.
Okay.
Alani,
Yes.
is it possible also we send the link to our contacts, because some of them might not? I know you had sent them.
No, just join whoever, join.
I
Okay.
think we can just join. Yeah.
Yeah, just send it to them. Ask more people to come.
We can share this link.
Yes, that's what I
Yes,
was asking.
yes.
So we can share the link then.
Yes.
Okay.
I should have my glasses on. Do I look more professional this way? 好，因为他们应该还没开始。
Nicholas.
Sandukati is waving at you, then yes, you're calling my name.
I think the problem is at my end. I think the specs is of what they want. I think is a problem.
Okay.
I think
So
that has to do with the configuration of the specs, huh?
Okay, maybe then you will be the odd man out because it's already like 4 minutes to, so you just proceed. I don't think.
Fortunately, I want to be teaching so many things. I think I won't be so boring to them.
Okay.
Do I look better with my glasses
I
on?
want to use it. I want to come here directly.
Rob, good morning.
Image and
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfectly well. Unfortunately, I don't know. I can't. This thing doesn't want to change. I don't know how to change the background anymore today.
Can you hear me?
I can get you perfectly well. How are you?
Good.
Okay, not now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Perfect.
I think we can open it. We have to open it.
Change
right click.
Yeah, we need to change.
We need to open it. Do you have QuickTime? Oh no. Windows Media Player.
with the comment.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't
Yeah,
show
because
my.
MOV needs to use QuickTime.
So do I need to install QuickTime?
Yes.
Sorry.
And player.
Sorry. This is for Windows. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh, where's everybody?
but I have it, but it's slow in downloading.
Where's everybody?
Here, Prof.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Where are the participants?
I don't know if they have been let in, you know.
They are coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are, I think. Nicholas, how many people did you have as of this morning?
As of this morning, we had around 190.
去坐着，去坐着。坐着去坐。I found some audience.
world. Of course, I'm from Kenya, and right now I'm a doctoral candidate at the Graduate Institute of Digital Learning and Technology at the National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. Actually, I'm also a research assistant to Professor Wang, and so my research interests are much aligned to hers. Only that specifically, I also add on engineering education for Industry 4.0, and I also deal with the online and virtual learning environments. I do much of the 21st century competencies, and basically that's what I work on here. I am a technical trainer, having graduated from Moi University. And so you can see from the skills that I have skills on e-learning, on curriculum and instructional design. I also have skills on information management, and I'm also a technical and vocational educator. So I thank you everyone for joining us today. And I believe that what we are going to do today is going to be of interest to all of us who are looking to improve our Kenyan education for the STEAM education, that is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. Thank you for joining.
Wow, thank you so much, Nicholas, for that introduction. And thank you so much, Professor Kathy, for amazing introduction and for hosting us today. Participants and colleagues, my name is Frederick Mzee Awur. I'm a Kenyan, of course. So I stay in Kenya and I work in Kenya. So right now I'm working at Kisu University as a lecturer of computer science and also heading the School of Computing, where we offer programs in computing and IT. So in this, my background, of course, is computer science with a lot of biases in application of computing in solving everyday problems, from learning to agriculture to health. So I'm in between. As long as a problem requires digital solution, you'll find me there. So my training ranges from computer science to electrical engineering to, actually I'm just a mix of almost everything that falls within computing field. So, so in today's session, I'm super excited that we'll be seeing how can we tackle most of the engineering problems in this team, actually, focusing on science, tech, technology, art, mathematics. How do we, how can we apply technology solving these problems, and how would we leverage problem-based learning to solve this? I think I'm super excited that we be able to be discussing this and seeing some of the emerging tools that you can use in this. So all of us, I will really motivate us to be sitting here and really look forward to amazing discussion here and exposure to the available tools. And I think there's some nice goodies coming your way too as you attend this training. So I think with that, then I would usher in the second, the next, of course, yes, I work with Kisu University, as I said earlier, and we are really struggling, ensuring that how do we use tech to revolutionize how and what we develop, so that you're able to bring new opportunities and stretch the limits of technology to provide solutions, some of the challenges that actually we're getting response in Kenya here. You'd imagine that the developing nations, then we don't are focused not really on in coming up with the new technology or solutions really, but using what's available to solve our local problem. So that basically is the core of the university, and being in charge of the School of Technology. We are trying to ensure that we cut across media, technology, information science, and how do we solve problems in this range. So that's a little bit about my university, and of course that market my university. So I want to take it over to my my colleague Paul to talk about himself. Yes, Paul, if you're there.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mzee Frederick, for the welcome. My name is Paul Wanyeki. I work with the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. I joined the university to found a department of technology education. We specialize in training teachers for technical training institution in 3 areas: mechanical engineering teachers, electrical engineering teachers, and civil engineering teachers. In postgraduate, we have a postgraduate diploma where we train teachers in the 3 respective areas. Myself, I'm a graduate of the same area. In my bachelor's degree, I did teaching in mechanical engineering, same to my master's degree. But in my PhD, I did educational technology. And currently, I really concentrate in the use of technologies to teach engineering education. And part of what we are doing today, that is digital technology, is part of what we are teaching. As a university, we are dedicated to technology. All our courses that we have is technology, and our mandate is training of technical teachers for self-reliance, teaching in technical training institution, and working in various industry. Thank you. Allow me to usher in Sarah to say something about herself. Welcome.
Good morning, colleagues and participants. Welcome to our webinar today. So I'm Dr. Otanga Sarah. I work at Maseno University in the Department of Educational Technology, that is a School of Education. So we are really passionate about integrating technology in education, and we thought that this forum today could be quite informative, and we hope that we will all learn as much. So maybe to talk briefly about Maseno. So Maseno is the Center for Pedagogical Training in the School of Education at Maseno at our university. So we train graduates who want to become teachers, and so we are a market leader in the professional training of teachers in Kenya and beyond. Our graduates are highly marketable because we give them a very solid training in the area of teacher education. And we also have a high level of competence in integrating information technology in teaching. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Otanga. Thank you so much, colleagues, for amazing. We'll be engaged about marks, and we a lot of activity, so engaging and what your attention. So of course, I've done the orientation, so we will then listen to basically talk about what's the role of technology in problem-solving process, and what are tools available for this. Tools like Robot, how could it assist you in delivering your teaching of leveraging problem-based learning approach. Then we'll look at lesson 3 that you're dividing into part A and B, and that we'll be looking at, first we'll focus on what can we do using microbit. Now that you have appreciated the role of technology in problem-solving process, then how can we deliver that using microbit? And then we'll see how can we go hands-on and see a few codes, few lines. How can you do sustainability? So type of a few lines of codes to create sustainability according to, and then of course wind up with a reflection upon life and SDG to bring science and tech into actual practice. I think lesson 4 is super amazing because that now caps up all that you have discussed and wrapped it up, and see now how, when you're living this training, what are you picking that you can now actually use right now in your classrooms and for your learning. So that's basically what will be the schedule for what we'll be covering in this 3-hour session. Then, so a little bit in detail, what you'll be learning today. I won't spend much time here, but just give you a quick recap, a quick overview. So we'll get to know each other. Of course, you've got to know us. We hope that you get time also to interact with you, tell us who you are, maybe tell us where you what to do. And of course, walk you through the overview of this. Of course, you notice that STEM, we have added A into it. So we're also focusing on the art, not only science, tech, engineering, and mathematics. So what's the overview of STEM teaching, problem-based learning, and project-based learning approaches? And then we try to see, we'll pick on a case of the SDG goals so that you're able to help us crystallize this into perspective. And so and then do project-based learning, and then do STEM teaching. In lesson 2, then we'll introduce you to robots, and then suggest a couple of ways in which, for example, you put into your profession using T-Robot, and then design some simple tasks, using this T-Robot. And then that way you're able to pick a problem and then deliver it using this robot as a tool. for tech, of course, tech learning. And lesson 3, part A, we'll be looking at problem-based, project-based STEM teaching. Of course, introduce it to microbit, and then recap on the STEAM teaching that we covered earlier on, and then underscore how microbit can be useful in delivering that. And then we'll then extend this knowledge of learning, the rule and instructions, and then introduce you to coding bar in lesson 3B. So still focusing on the problem-based learning and using the SDG, but then introducing more tools that you can use to deliver that. And then, of course, lesson 4, as I promised you, will actually wrap it up by introducing us to reflective learning and highlighting importance of the PBL teaching and, of course, that you had participated in, and then do a review and upon each of the entire workshop, and then, of course, try to quantify what you have picked from this, so that you're able to see what actually you're taking home with you as you leave this session. So a 4-lesson schedule that is pretty packed, but super amazing, and some exactly that you're going to plan as much as we are going to. And I want to motivate you to stick around to the end. I think about up to 1 will be done. There will be quite some raffles for people to get some stuff from this. I think there's an amazing reward coming from this 10th day for you to. I don't want to preempt it, but there are some raffles, nice raffles. So stick around. So I don't know, Nicholas, if I can pass it over to you, or if you want me to do share one more thing, then I can do that.
Okay, it's fine. Just reminding them that there will also be certificates.
Everybody,
yes,
have a chance for us to take a group picture.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, Prof, for that. There will be certificates at the end of this. Yes. So we want to do that. But then
let's take a group picture together.
Yes. Put our cameras on, if you can, kindly. We'd really love that. Put your cameras on.
Oh, please,
Frida, I'm happy to see you.
Turn on your camera.
Nicholas, you want to take the
turn
photo
on
for
the
us?
camera. Yeah, we will.
Yes, we will take the photo. But we are waiting for as many to turn on their cameras. Karen, Jennifer, Karen.
Sarah, Wanja, your camera is off. Roba, camera on. Out. Amazing. Simba,
good to
put
see
your
you.
Camera on.
Frida, welcome.
Lewis, put your camera on. Pauline, if you can. Paulo Tieno. Then Nick can take the picture.
Just a moment. The host will take it, but we'll tell you. Can we turn on our cameras as many as possible? Whoever can for the photo. Yes, whoever can, please turn on your camera.
Some of us, we don't have shirts as we are joining. So.
Of course.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that. And thank you very much, Dr. Fred, for introducing for us the entire program and what you are going to do. So right now, I think let's have Dr. Paul to take us through the first bit of the session.
Thank you very much, Nick, for the introduction. And thank you very much, Fred, for the enlightening highlights that you have given. I'm going to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and the reason why it is important to talk about it before we can start the session. all countries have their national educational goals, and even those that use their land or the state, they have the state educational goals. And we see how we can infuse these sustainable development goals into the national education goals and even cascade it down further into our lessons and schemes of work. So let us see how this is important, since we have to achieve this development together. There is a summit that was held in 2015, but the process started way long. In 2000 to 2015, we had the Millennium Development Goals. They were 18 number. We had tremendous achievement. However, not all countries developed at the same rate. And therefore, in 2012, the process of coming up with goals that will take us from 2015 to 2030 started in Brazil. But in 2015, in New York, in a summit, they came up with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which were christened Transforming Our World, 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. They are a mouthful, 17 in number. They appear many. They might threaten because our mind might not feel that they are too much. And therefore, I'll not discuss them as 17, but as the presentation progresses, I'll discuss them in group of 5. Now, first of all, what is this sustainable development? What is the sustainable development? And it has been defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generation to meet their own needs. That is, we should be able to meet our own needs, but still in a sustainable manner, so that the future generation might still also to meet their own need without depleting the natural resources that are available. And although the Millennium Development Goals put a lot of emphasis on fighting of poverty and hunger, the Sustainable Development Goals puts a lot of emphasis on environmental sustainability, social inclusions, and economic development, which we call here the 3 pillars of SDGs. And from the photo, you can see we have the sustainable development on my far right. And then in the middle, we have economic development and social inclusion. Now, as I said earlier, I'll discuss the 17 SDGs in groups of 5. They have been grouped into 5, what we refer to as the 5 Ps. And the first P is the people. And under the people, we have SDG 1 to SDG 5, where 1 is 0 poverty, number 2 is hunger, number 3 is access to health and well-being, number 4 is where people in education we like much because it's accessibility to education and quality education, and number 5, which is on gender, that is empowering the girl child and the woman. And we can see that one concentrate on the people. You also have the second category, which is the planet. The goals, the global goals, SDGs are also called the global goals that take care of the planet. And this comprises SDG number 6, 12, 13, 14, and 15. And number 6 is on clean water, provision of clean water. But remember, it's sustainable provision of clean water without depleting the sources of clean water, so that the future generation can come and get a planet that is still full of clean water. Then we have number 12, which talks of responsible consumption and production. And number 13, climate action. Currently, the issue of climate change, which is threatening the sustainability of the planet, needs to be really taken a lot. We have seen countries coming together so that they can have this climate action and control the climate change. Then number 14 and 15 closely related. 14 is life below water, and also taking care of number 15, which is life on land. The third P, which is prosperity. that is the third P, that is to ensure prosperous and fulfilling lives in harmony with nature. Here we have SDG 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And in SDG 7, that is affordable and clean energy. And over 150 leaders that met in the summit in New York in 2015 agreed that energy is a key enabler of development. That is economical development, even social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. And therefore, we must get affordable and clean energy, because the energy sector has taken a lot of responsibility when it comes to climate change. That is the SDG on number 12 on action, climate action. Then we have number 8, decent work and economic growth, which is also part of the main agenda of International Labour Organization. And number 9, we have industry innovation and infrastructure, especially we in Kenya. That's a very useful SDG for us, because even in tandem with our Vision 2030 is to make Kenya a developed country, an industrious country before 2030. SDG number 10 is on reduce inequality. And that's where we want inequality at all levels, both in terms of gender, in terms of geographical, in terms of country, because we know we have now like the first world country, the third world country, the middle level, is to reduce that gap of inequality and have everybody as a first world country and developing almost at a close pace. Then number 11 is sustainable cities and communities. You can see sustainable from SDG, sustainable environment. So we have cities that are sustainable, not cities that threaten to deplete the natural resources, that threaten to change the climate, that threaten the future, the existing of the future planet or generation. That is under prosperity. Then we have peace. And peace being so important for sustainable development, actually we have only one SDG addressing peace, although we agree that all the 17 SDGs are interrelated. And SDG number 6 speaks of peace, justice, and strong institutions. We can't have sustainable cities when we don't have peace. We can't have climate action when we don't have peace. Definitely we'll go first for peace. When we are peaceful, for example, if I give an example, an international example, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Currently, they cannot, Ukraine and Russia will not be thinking about any other sustainable development, the 17 of them, they'll only be thinking about peace. So there must be peace for the other 16 sustainable development goals to be effective. And lastly, number 5 also is partnership. Implement the agenda through a social global partnership. Everybody to make the entire world a small or a global village. Partnership, and that is goal number 17. Very quickly, I'll say that these goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, are universal, indivisible, and transformative. So it is now about implementation. We as teachers in this conference, it is time now to wear the safety gears, to put the gloves on and implement these sustainable development goals. And who is in a better place than a teacher, a lecturer, a trainer, a coach to do this? Because we move in class, infuse these things in our lesson plan, infuse it in our curriculum, infuse them in our schemes of work, and teach. We start teaching this one from grade 1 up to the last grade. And how do we do this? So how we do it is that the top reasons why educators should make use of the SDG in their classroom is that they are good for the planet. Remember we said in the grouping it into 5, 1 was planet. And therefore we are saying it is good for the planet because we'll teach our kids the importance of life underwater, life on land, and many other principles under planet. They are good for humanity. We also saw in the group of people because they are good for humanity. Also here we can say peace is part of humanity, fighting poverty, fighting hunger, quality education. It's good for them. So that's why we need to do it in our classes. They teach empathy to students. They teach empathy, and empathy allow peace, because you will empathize with your friend, you will empathize with other countries that are going through challenging situation, and from empathy is when now you can assist. They give lesson plans a new perspective, that is a global perspective, since we say these are global, and they are valuable educational resources. They also give focus to class discussions, because we will be discussing global in relation to national goals, and even narrower the lesson objective. And lastly but not least, they align with the curriculum. You can see they easily align with the curriculum. Each curriculum has the formal curriculum, the informal curriculum, and the core curriculum. And you'll find in informal curriculum is almost infusing all, because there's no curriculum that will not want to foster peace in a country. So in just summary is that we have the 17 goals that are there that you can see from 1 to 17, and they have some image to allow us to recall. A famous Chinese saying says that when we see, we remember. So at least they have some image to allow us to remember the 17 goals. And these provide a problem, because these are like 17 problems that the global, the world have to solve. Now, maybe I ask Sarah, do you have any criteria which we can solve these problems? Dr. Sarah.
Sorry, Paul, what's your question?
My question is that, do you have any solutions how we can solve these 17 problems for the world?
Okay, for instance, I'll talk about quality education because I'm in the area of education. So how to solve a quality education. I think like what we are doing now, trying to check how we can use different digital tools to learn using different methodologies like the project-based, problem-based learning, which to me, they offer authentic learning, because learners learn in a real environment and the assignments are also authentic. I think that is one way that we can solve the problem of enhancing the quality of education.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. Now tell us more about problem-solving process. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Paul. So the next presentation is on problem solving. So maybe before I start, Nicholas, if I may ask, why do you think problem-solving skills are important?
Nicholas, unmute.
Nicholas, we can't get you.
Sorry for that. I muted myself. So I'm saying that actually problem-solving skills are very important, because education is aimed at addressing the problems we have in our society. So we are not just educating for what to do. We are educating people so that they address the challenges that are emerging in our societies today. And this is why learners need to know what kind of problems are there in the society. Then how do we address them? So I think our education should also be shaped into telling them how to solve problems. And I think that is bringing us to the most important bit that you want to address to us. You can agree with me that problem solving is one of the aims of our education today.
Thank
So,
you, Nicholas. Yes, that is true, and I agree with you. So I think we all agree that in life, life is all about problems. We encounter various problems in life. Some of them we create ourselves, some of them just come, but then we can't stay with problems. We need to find a way of creating or getting solutions to those problems. Otherwise, if we keep piling the problems and we don't get solutions, then we are creating more problems for ourselves. And when it comes to students, I want to believe most of us here work in education institutions. They are involved directly with students. And then we can say that students need these skills for them to be able to enhance their cognitive skills and even their social development skills. And this will help the students to be able to address and solve problems throughout the rest of life. Because as I said earlier, that we encounter problems everywhere. And as Albert Einstein said, we can't solve problems by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. I think I want to agree with Albert Einstein. I don't know what your opinion is. And I'll use an example here. I know most of us have lost something like keys, something very important. And that time when you have lost the key and you really need to use it, when you try to look for it, the experience that most of us, if I have to tell 2 or 3 of us to share, then we'll find that that time when you've lost the keys and you need those keys, you are not able to get them. But then when you forget about them for some time, one day you are just in your house, maybe they were in the house, you're just in your house seated and not thinking about the keys, then you see them and you get them where you didn't expect there will be. So that means that when we are trying to solve a problem, there are things that we need to do. For instance, we need to change our focus on the problem. Sometimes you need to just stop thinking about the problem for some time. And then you also need to get new insights on how you can be able to solve the problem. And therefore, we come to the problem-solving process. Problem-solving is simply the act of defining a problem. So you need, if you have a problem, you need to get to understand the problem, determine the cause of that problem, identify, prioritize, and select alternatives for a solution. So you don't just come up with one solution. Try to come up with many solutions, and then out of the many, try them, and then try to come up with the best solution. After you have selected the best solution, then you implement the solution. And therefore, problem solving is a process that involves seeking information, generating new knowledge, and making decisions. And these are the steps of problem solving. So first of all, understand the problem. And then next, you describe any barriers to that problem. Then identify various solutions. As I said earlier, not just one, identify 2 or more solutions, and then you can try the solutions and pick out the best. Then try out the solutions and then evaluate the results to check which solution is the best, depending on your problem. And so what is the teacher's role in problem solving? So when you give students problems to solve, the teacher, as a teacher, you're not supposed to solve the problem for the students. What you do, you be a facilitator. So you just give suggestions to the students. Don't tell them what to do. Just give them guidance. Another thing is you can offer a problem solving model so that the students can follow, so that they don't go out of the way of solving the problem. If you don't give them like a model, then they will come up with all those ways of solving problems and they may not achieve the objective of that lesson. So you need to teach the students also a variety of problem solving strategies, allow them time to struggle with the problem. So don't just jump in the moment they have difficulties. No, give them time to think through the problem and think through the solutions. And even as you choose the problems, choose problems that require time for students to think through a solution. Don't just give problems where students can easily come up with a solution. Then they may not learn much. Also provide a variety of problems so that students can have choice. Choice is important in learning. Allow students time to practice the model that you gave them and the problem solving strategies that you taught them. and then try to change the format of the problem, give a similar problem or give the same problem in different ways to ensure that the students really know how to solve that problem. And even as the students are solving the problem, you can try to ask students, to encourage students to think, ask questions that will encourage students to think and collaborate. This way they are able to enhance their creativity, their critical thinking skills, and even their collaborative learning skills, which are part of the 21st century skills that Nicholas is going to talk in the next, just in the next session. And then you also provide motivation and appreciation to the students. So Nicholas, I want to welcome you to talk about problem solving and the 21st century skills. I've mentioned quite a number of them. So welcome, Nicholas.
Right. Problem solving in 21st century. So actually, we need to ask ourselves that why are we talking of 21st century here in the 21st century? So we really need the skills that enable us to actually go through the this century and beyond. So first, I may want to share this. I may want to just talk about this slide that we have here. That what are the key competencies that we need to teach the learners today? So for the 5 C's of the 5 C's of the 21st century, we have the critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, and character, or you can call it global citizenship, or culture, global culture. So the last C, which is the 5th one, is either citizenship or the character or the or just the global citizenship. Sorry. So why are these important? Because if the learners solve the problems not aligned with the current situation today, then they are going to be out of touch with the reality. I know most of us here will say kwa grau vitu ni different. Yeah, so we don't want to teach them things which are hypothetical, and they go to the grau which we talk about, and then we find it different. We want the ground to match the education that we are teaching them. So we need to focus more on the 3 basic skills. So literacy skills, we need to know what kind of information, what kind of media are we using to pass the information to them, or what kind of technology are we using to make these things today? Is a 21st century. We are in the information age, and so we need a lot of literacy skills. I'm happy that our government today is working on the literacy program where they gave out the tablets to the learners at the young age, so that they can start their technology literacy or digital literacy at a lower level. Why? Because this is also the best point to shape the thinking or the ability of these students. The next thing is the life skills. And so the life skills, we have the flexibility, leadership, productivity, and the social skills. These are the life skills that we need to develop on our students. Another one is the learning skills, but the learning skills I have talked of the the 5 C's of the 21st century. So I think for problem solving at this time, that is in line with these 3 skills. The problem solving skills should be these 3. So learning skills, life skills, and literacy skills. If we have those kinds of skills, then I think they can all come together to make the learner a better solver of the current problems. Maybe Maybe Sarah, you have something to add for the 21st century? Do you think if we meet these three kind of areas, we are going to solve the problems?
Yes, especially especially for the learning skills, because when we are solving problems, then students need to think out of the box to be able to come up with solutions. So that enhances their critical thinking. So they are kind of interrelated, and they also need creativity. They need to be innovative. And even as they're working on problems, normally we like them to work in groups, and this enhances their collaboration skills. And as they work in groups, they are communicating with each other. So this enhances also their communication skills. And all these things, the learning skills lead to life skills. So students are able to develop these leadership skills, flexibility, productivity, social skills. And so for me, I can say problem solving, and this, it should be part of, we should just say it's another part of the 21st century skills, and they are interrelated. They help each other. I mean, when you're solving problems, then you learn these other skills. Yeah, thank you, Nicholas.
Okay, thank you. Thank you also for explaining in details the problem-solving skills with the 21st century. So, being that we are now talking about the critical thinking, or what kind of skills are going to be important for us in the 21st century. So, one of the key skills that are improving the thinking skills of the students today are the computational thinking, because every solution today we are in the information age, so we need to try to mold the kind of learners that we want to be able to create applications, to create apps, to create programs that help us also to go through simple things. So for critical thinking, I will want to extend it a little bit to the computational thinking. And this is why I'm interested in introducing one of the key things that we have with us, and that is also what we call like the T robot. So the T robot is simply just one simple, it's a small robot. You can see it here with me, and there you can see it there. It's written today's learner is tomorrow's creator. And this means that we need to mold the computational thinking skills. What is this computational thinking? Computational thinking is where the learners can be able to give instructions to the computer to help solve some of the problems. We need a machine to be able to go somewhere and collect for us something and bring it back and pack it. That is just a simple instruction. Walk right, 3 steps, turn left, pick this, turn back, come back. So when their mind is able also to be able to think along that kind of line, that is we are helping to mold their minds to be computational thinking, to have computational thinking in their minds. So with me is a simple robot. And this robot is what we call the T robot. It is coming for us from an organization here in Taiwan. It's called the Reading and Rhythm. So this is a very important thing. It looks very small, but it can help at least to make the learners to gain some little basic coding skills. So usually the robot will be able to read the cards. It comes with the cards. Yeah, it's saying hi. That means it's really ready. So it has different colors of cards. So the first kind of colors of cards are the red ones. So you can see these red ones are the start and the end. These are the basic functions. And we have the interaction cards are blue in color. And that is what we call the basic that this is for interaction. If you wanted to clap, if you wanted to sing, if you wanted to do something, we have the blue kinds of colors. Then we have the green, and green is for the basic sounds, the sounds that we have. And then the next one is also for the, we have the programming. This is like the brown kind of colors. So usually it is always very simple. I'm going to demonstrate it because it should be able to help us to, it should be able to help the kids to try to program or to make simple codes. So just to illustrate this for you before I play for you a full demonstration that I tried to make for you, I will try to let you know how it works. So with this card, like if I want to make it do something, I'll have a card like start, and then I have to scan this this card. Start. So I want it to clap, so I will scan this. And then I will tell it, go. Go. So that is just the basic thing. If I want it to roar like a lion, I will just have the start, which is the basic function. Start. And then I'll take the lion, this one. I will also scan that. And then I will let it to do that basic function. So that is just a basic coding thing, but to make you see how we use it literally in class, it is supposed to help you make a kind of a short story. So my story today, I have somebody who wants to come from Imara Daima Estate and wants to go to Ongata Rongai. And this person wants to pass through Nairobi National Park, but because it is having wild animals, so you are going to see how it goes. So let's listen to this briefly. Basically, this is the T-Robot, and the T-Robot is always to help us to do the basic movements or just to create a story and then make the robot to do for you the movement throughout that story. So in this case today, as I said before, we have 4 types of cards. So the first types of cards are the red ones, and this is for the basic movements. And the second type of cards are the yellow, and this is for the movement, sorry. This is for the movements. And then this is for the interaction, the blue one. So you can see the song or melody, and the brown ones are for the codes. So we said that usually the students are going to be creative by making a story and then letting the robot to do it because it is for computational skill. And so they need to learn how to give instruction to the robot, just as they do with the coding or the programming. So today, our story is going to be Amina. Amina wants to move from Imara Daima Estate. She wants to get some groceries at Ongata Rongai. But this is Nairobi National Park. So at Nairobi National Park, she cannot pass through because there are animals here. We have the lion, the elephant, monkey, and birds. So she will get the sound of the bird and the other animals and then decide to take an alternative route. And so it means she will have to continue through the Mombasa Road and then all the way using Langata Road and go till Rongai. So that's the basic story that we want to do today. So how do we get this story? So if the robot will be at Imara Daima, it will have to move 1 step forward, then trying to go through Nairobi National Park, but because of the animals, she will have to turn back and then go through 2 steps and then 4 steps forward and turn left again and 4 steps forward. So to shorten these 4 steps forward and then turn left, we will have a loop. So let's see how our robot will perform this function. So you can see here we have the start, then forward 1 step, then turn left, and then the animals will give us the sound, and then it will turn right, forward, and then we will loop the 4 steps, turn left, 4 steps, turn left, 4 steps. We will loop that, and then when she gets to the market, we'll clap for her. So let's see if it will happen that way. So let's start.
Start. Forward. 1 step. Turn left. Turn right. Forward. 2 steps. Loops. 2. Turn left. Forward. 4 steps. Loops. End. End. Place the robot on the starting point, then scan the go card.
Yes, so we will place it at the starting point, which is Imara Daima, and let it move through the road as required. So this is our go, and so we will let it go.
Go.
So it moves,
Lion.
and the animals.
Monkey. Elephant. Bird.
And finally, she gets to Ongata Rongai and gets for us the glossary. So that's simple. This is a simple demonstration for the T-Robot. Thank you. Okay. Sorry for that. So I think you've seen the basic demonstration about Amina. So that is how you make the students to create the stories. So by creating the stories, this was just a simple demonstration of how they come up with stories. That story can be what we call now the problem that they have in their society. So now this is not only limited. This is not only limited to the. This is not only limited to the problem like the story that I've just shared about Amina. This is also something that you can now make it. If you want to address some problem in the SDG, you can now do any other thing apart from the story of Amina. So at this point, I'll want us to go for a group work. A little bit, having seen that demonstration, I know you have listened a lot about the SDGs, and then I think you have seen that you can develop a story and then make the robot to also help you to do it. So we are going to go in for group work, and for the group work, this is just going to be some little norms when every time that you go to a group. I want you to introduce yourself, because the people you are going to meet in the group are people who are also teachers, they are also instructors, they are also in the education sector. So we want to see, we want to make partners with each other. you are going to select one person to be like a leader and one person to like record something or just note some few points. And then you will be discussing the issue that you have and then share your thought with us when we come back. So just for a few minutes, we are going to go into the group session. And so what I want you to do is that you are going to pick up one issue from the UN Sustainable Development Goals that were shared by Dr. Paul, and then think of a problem-solving approach to address it, and then kindly think of a simple task or a project that you may assign to your students when teaching on that issue, and if you can integrate a robot in working it out. So we are going to go for just a 15 minutes group session and then try to discuss. We are also going to come into the group so we can share together. I'll be visiting, Sarah will be visiting each of those groups. So we can share together in the next 15 minutes. Let us try to discuss a bit. So my co-host here is going to divide you into a few groups, and how many can we make? How many are in attendance? You can just divide. Yes. So maybe let's have 5 groups. 5 or 4. Yeah, 4 groups. So we are going to go into 4 groups, and then we will also be coming there in the next 15 minutes, and then we try to discuss one, you pick a UN Sustainable Development Goal, think of a project-based approach or a problem-based approach of solving it, and then try to see if you can integrate the T-Robot, because now you know it is just something that helps the learners to be more creative, more critical thinking, and more computational thinking, or prepared to handle the issues that we have in the society. Yeah, so we are going to break into the group session, and we are going to do this task. Okay, so time for group session. Remember our norms here. Always introduce yourself, just a short introduction, and then select one person and discuss that. So for the next 15 minutes, we will come back here and then see what we have.
So please don't leave the session, just go for the group work and come back.
Yeah, we will give you the health break just afterward. So let's still work just a few minutes and then we come back. We'll go for the health break later. Just assign random. Okay, so time for group work. See you in the groups. Sarah, Gideon, and Pauline and Sylvester.
Let Langat be your group leader.
Okay. But
Langat.
yeah, can you start discussion because we only have 15 minutes so that we move to the next thing. I'm just following. Yeah. So maybe you guys can put on the cameras, you know each other, you can introduce yourself very fast and then you can move to the discussion at hand because we really have to move. You know, after 15 minutes, we'll really have to end the session. Yes, Sarah, good to see you. So,
Nice to see you too.
okay,
So-
so which one is your school?
I'm Sarah Kamau.
Oh, yeah.
I am a trainer in Nyandarua National Polytechnic.
All right. Welcome.
I'm currently also a student in the postgraduate diploma in Dedan Kimathi.
Oh, from Dr. Wanyeki's class, school. Okay, okay, okay. Hey, and where are these others? Can you guys discuss, or you don't want to engage in any discussion? It's an open forum. It's nothing wrong, nothing right. Yes, Pauline, you wanted to talk and you left. The group session started. To see all of you. So the task is basically simple. Like you just need to pick on. I guess you have known each other. So you need to pick on one sustainable development goal. If it is clean water, if it is quality education or anything, then just think of a project-based approach of a problem-based approach of handling it, and then see if you can integrate the T-robot. If you can, So who is the leader? I've just passed by to see and follow. I'm just following, so you can continue.
No, thank you so much. I'm thinking of something else. I think with this, I was thinking of the fourth SDG, and what is about quality education. A quality education actually is about inclusive education to enable upward social mobility and to end poverty. Maybe if we get this, I think most of us are educationists. I had Sarah say, Sarah is a CSO in Kisumu West. So I think it will be easier for us to do something about quality education. Or anybody has another idea we can actually share. Thank you.
Take on you on that.
So quality education,
I agree with quality education.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can go with that.
Thank you. So I was thinking we get something. I mean about
to turn right or go forward. It can stop. It can also generate some sounds like animal sounds, lion roaring, maybe horse neigh, those kind of sounds. So for the case that was demonstrated in the main group, it was a kind of a trip from Imara Daima all the way to Ongata Rongai. But in between there is a national park, Nairobi National Park. And the robot was meant to find a route all the way to Rongai. There was a shortcut through the national park, but because of the lion and other wild animals in the park, it could not be able to use that route. So it changed the direction and followed another route. The Mombasa Road, Langata Road, and all the way to Rongai. So if you can be able to kind of program the robot to navigate, make movements from Kisii, in our case, Kisii, where we have the surplus, all the way to Mandera town, where we have the deficiency, then we can be able to deliver the surplus from Kisii to Mandera. So our task here is to engage the robot to start from Kisii all the way to Mandera and give it instructions on how it can be able to navigate from the starting point to the end. Thank you so much.
So thank you, David. So I think David has given us the solution using the T-Robot, how to transport food from Kisii, where there is surplus, to Mandera, where there is no food. And so you have to program, she's using the same example that was given. So you can use other examples, it doesn't have to be about movement. You can program it to do anything that you want to do, so long as you just program it so that it is able to do that. So it's not just about transport, it can do solve any other problem. So, but that is what David has selected. So members, do you have any other suggestions? Group members, so are we in agreement?
Maybe a question.
Yes.
I understand it's important for the people in Northeastern, in our case, to be able to produce their own food. Because of the climatic issues there, does it mean that there's nothing that can be done for them to produce their own food?
So Frida has asked a question. Does it mean that in Northeastern they are not able to produce their own food? Can they be made to produce their own food? Anyone who can respond to that?
Now let me try.
Yes.
Okay, looking at maybe the long-term situation, I think it's possible to get solutions. But because we're in a situation that requires immediate kind of intervention, I think it's possible that we can use the T-Robot. But for a lot, thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I agree with Dave. In fact, I've seen, I think I've watched on the news areas like, is it Kitui, where it's very dry, but people have used irrigation to produce food. Even in that Northeastern, I think I've watched on news where there are places where people are doing irrigation and they're just producing food, but maybe it's still on a small scale. But now if we want a quick solution, like David has said, then now we can use the T-Robot to help us in the transportation of that food to Northeastern. But as a long-term solution, then we have to incentivize or try to make the people of Mandera to understand that though their area is dry, but they can still be able to produce food. But we also have to provide what they need, like we need irrigation because the area is dry, so they don't depend on rain. So we have to look for ways of making them to be able to produce their own food, but that is long term. So Frida, we answered you. Frida? Frida, are you with us? So thank you, David, for that presentation. So kindly, if you're called upon, please be ready to make the presentation, David. David, are we in agreement?
Okay, I'm using my phone, so I was thinking if
No,
you can
just
get
talking.
again
I'm just talking the way you've talked now. Yeah, it's okay. You don't have to make a presentation, a PPT, if you don't have.
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I think I leave you to discuss amongst yourselves if there's anyone who has any other points wants to add. I'm seeing Stephen. Stephen, do you have anything to say? Stephen?
Maybe a suggestion.
Yes.
Instead of since you've said it doesn't have to just follow the steps like transport the items. Maybe we can think of a different solution where now the T robot becomes like the controller that allows us to just coordinate the delivery.
Oh,
So
okay.
instead of physical motion movement, we can probably identify people in the supply chain, and then we program the T robot to just coordinate and know when to. So we can think of that instead of the movement.
Instead of making it move from Kisii all the way to Mandera.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that's a better example for this.
Okay, thank you, David. So I don't know if Frida and Stephen have anything to add. We have 1 minute.
So, thank you, Nicholas.
Yes, yes. Continue. Yeah, continue.
We decided to pick on the topic of peace, or to pick on the aspect of peace.
Yes.
And we looked at the issue of terrorism, like this IED devices, which they place on the highway for vehicles when the vehicles are passing and then they're being hit by IEDs. So we said we can have a robot whereby you put the robot can sense that there's an IED.
Okay.
And then there's also another robot which can also do what? Impulse the effect of the IED.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That makes sense. Yeah. So because that you can mechanically, you can actually program it to go like to walk ahead of the things and then maybe detect if there is improvised explosive device. Okay. Makes sense. So, okay. Anyway, we will be going back to the main group and then we will end. The session has just ended. Sorry, welcome back. And I hope you people had a wonderful discussion in the groups. We had 4 groups. So ideally, we'll pick on maybe 1 or 2 groups to share with us quickly your thoughts, what you have found or what you have discussed. Just briefly, can we have any member from, I don't know, Paul or Sarah, is there any group that you picked? Any one group?
Yes,
I was in a group with David, with Frida, with Stephen,
Okay.
and we had quite a discussion. So maybe I will invite David to make the presentation on behalf of the group. So David, kindly.
Thank you so much. My name is David Kiropa, faculty member in the School of Computing Sciences, Riara University. And I'm honored to be the team leader in Group 4. In Group 4, we identified one of the SDGs, and the one we identified was SDG number 2, zero hunger. Zero hunger. So the problem we identified was hunger problem. And the region is in northeastern parts of the country, Kenya. And to describe the problem, periodically we normally have prolonged periods of drought, where there are delays in the rainfall in those parts of the country. And because of that, normally we have challenges with food and supply chain, and people and animals sometimes are affected. You may find animals dying, or maybe people moving from one part of the region to another. Some of the solutions identified for the hunger problem were, one is the transport issue. There are regions in the country where they have surplus produce, like Kisii, they have surplus bananas, but if you go to Mandera region, at that same time, they are facing the hunger challenge. So one of the solutions is maybe tackling the issue to do with transportation. And the other issue we saw as a solution is coordination of the produce movement from one part to another. And we saw that as a supply chain, both are related to supply chain, transport and coordination. And in our solution, we thought of the T-robot helping us instead of solving the transport problem, where it can be able to also carry produce from Kisii all the way to Mandera. We focused on coordination. We focused on the robot helping us in coordinating the movement of produce from Kisii all the way to Mandera. And in the computational challenge, we identified a few participants. One, we have a farmer in Kisii, and the other one, we have a coordinator in Mandera. So these people will help us in giving us information about the stock levels of produce, and then at the end, they're able also to tell us whether the stock has been delivered. So the kind of steps that we considered were, one, I will get information about stock availability. So stock available message. The second message that we need the T-Robot to capture is reorder stock. It checks the levels of stock and then it's able to tell us when to reorder the stock. And the other one is to dispatch stock. It's able to tell us that the stock has been dispatched. And lastly, it's also able to get a message from the coordinator in Mandera that the stock has been received. Okay, so to sequence this, we start by the farmer informing the robot that stock is available, and then the stock is dispatched, then stock received, then after some time, after being dispatched, then stock reorder. Thank you very much. Those are the sequences of steps. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Great. Such a fruitful discussion. I agree. I agree with what Sarah was saying. That was so good. Thank you for summarizing. I need maybe one more group. Paul, you chose a group. I remember.
Yes, thank you. I chose a group. We were with Roslyn, we were with Daniel Onyango and Salome Chepchirchir. Maybe I'll request Roslyn to present what we heartfully discussed.
Yeah, just briefly. Yeah, briefly, like 1 minute. Yeah.
So, thank you, Paul, and thank you, facilitators. My name is Roslyn Kainyu from Riara University School of Business. I got interested in the workshop, as I told my colleagues, because I teach project-based units like entrepreneur strategy and so many others. We were in the same group with Salome, Paul, and Daniel. Salome and Daniel were challenged a bit, so they were not able to participate in the discussion, but we chose SDG4 about accessibility of education, and we came up with we took up the challenge, or we discussed the challenge of accessibility of quality education through blended learning. And so the main problem was there are quite a number of students who were not able to access quality education, especially during the COVID pandemic, and even afterwards, because most of the institutions continue with blended learning. And specifically, we were looking at the asynchronous aspect of the accessibility. And so we thought where the T-Robot would come in would be for the students who may miss the real-time virtual lectures or class sessions. There'll be the T-Robot can record the lecture as a teaching. It can also record any questions that come up from the real-time students. And later, when the student is able to access, then is able to learn what he lost in real time. It can also, the T-Robot can also record questions from the students, whether they were in class or if they missed out. And it can also alert students just in case of assignments, upcoming assignments on the notification questions from the time grading or grading assignments in good time, and also alert on deadlines. The other aspect is using artificial intelligence, and we were not sure, Paul will help me there, on developing e-activities for the students online, especially on wikis and forums. And Dr. Paul will help the other aspect that I said I'm not very sure about the terminologies here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, so I can
Yeah.
see you focused on education, and yes, I think I wanted to just choose on those two groups. But I think before you started talking, David, or no, it was Maureen, Joanne Alem. You were saying something? I don't know if he was talking before I. Okay, maybe he wasn't talking. She wasn't talking. Okay, so thank you very much for the two groups. So basically, I just wanted to bring this idea. I know maybe it was not very, you couldn't be able to link it quickly because of the limited time for the discussion. So that was just to at least prepare our mind that we need to prepare the kids for computational thinking. And there are so many tools that we now have. So even in the next session, we are going to talk more of how to improve the children's creativity and computational thinking skills or critical thinking skills to prepare them for the 21st century problems. So we are going to take a health break for 10 minutes, and then we will come back so that we deal with the STEAM teaching. In the next process now, we will know what is STEAM education, how do we integrate this, and what's the need for bringing arts into STEM. So this is in the next session, and we will introduce some other tools also that we can use for developing this kind of thing. So we will take a health break for 10 minutes. So let's meet at 39, around there. Okay, just take the shortest you can, but from maybe 40, I'm going to start the next session. Okay, so let's take a break for now.
relax.
The 10 minutes are over, Paul. Where is Nick?
I like that guy saying just relax.
Yes, relax.
He says we should relax. So yeah. So I'm just back. So I actually want to give us save. Yes. So I need to share my screen. I was opening something here. Okay, I just need to share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can see. Just try to enlarge it.
Okay. Anyway, so I want us to take a quick quiz. So we are going to try and answer some four questions. So I need us to. It is on SDGs and problem solving skills. So quickly, now what you'll do, just type your answer, the correct answer at the chat session. So just write number 1 and the answer. Tell me since 2000 the number of students enrolled in higher education around the world. A has fallen, B is yet to be established, has remained unchanged, or has doubled. Okay. Help me to see the answer, Sarah. If somebody is, if they are, kindly check Sarah and Paul in the.
Yeah, I can see an answer from Josiah. Thank you, Josiah. Gideon, thank you.
Yeah.
Sarah, thank you. Sylvester, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to the second question. And the second, and first of all, the correct answer for that is that it has doubled. The number in higher education has doubled. And the second question for the SDG is, and please write number 2, then the answer, like 2, then A, or 2, B, or 2, C, like that. Okay, number 2. Stopping deforestation is really important in combating climate change because A, there are green spaces to walk in. B, trees provide oxygen. C, we need wood to build houses and other products. Or D, trees are just attractive and good to look at.
Thank you, Sarah. Seen your response, Paul. Thank you.
Yes,
Esther,
they first.
thank you.
Yeah, of course, I'm going to
Saya,
see the first
Gideon.
3 people. I'm going to have a reward for you after this. So, okay, and
Yeah, Gideon,
we,
Pauline, Frida, David, thank you.
okay, and we are going to move on. I'm giving you the last 10 seconds to write your answer before I move. And the correct answer for that question is because trees provide oxygen. Question 3. Japan and Sierra Leone are 2 extremes of well-being indicator of the SDGs. Why? Because unemployment rate is 3.1% in Japan and 60% in Sierra Leone, or the literacy rate in Japan is 99% and 42% in Sierra Leone, or C, life expectancy in Japan is 84 years and in 50 years in Sierra Leone, a 34-year difference, or D, malnutrition among Japanese children stands out at 95%, while in Sierra Leone it's only 2%. So which is the correct answer here? These two states are extremes on on the well-being indicator. So which one? Unemployment, literacy, life expectancy, or malnutrition? Answers. I can see Roslyn.
No, from
Esther.
Sylvester.
Yeah, Esther.
Sylvester, David.
Okay.
No, from David, I think.
Okay. Paula, Frida. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And Sarah, yes, thank you. So, 10 seconds to answer that. 10 seconds, 10 seconds. And I give you the correct answer for this is C. Life expectancy in Japan is 84 years, and in Sierra Leone, it's only 50 years. That gives them a range of 34-year difference. Okay, and last question, question 4. What are the 4 skills, what 4 skills are essential to succeed in this century? What are the 4 skills essential for succeeding in this century? I guess there are a lot of typos in it, but what 4 skills are essential to succeed in this century? 1, research, modeling, report writing, and computation. B, creativity, critical thinking, cooperation, and communication. C, specific technical skills, ease in performing repetitive tasks, ease in following rules, and the ability to memorize. Which one? Yes, I'm seeing a couple of answers, a couple of answers, a couple of answers. So, yes, the correct answer is B, creativity, critical thinking, cooperation, and communication. So those are our correct answers. So Sarah, you'll help me pick the 3 people who got 4 correct answers.
Okay.
Yes, and then we will, I am going to reward them after that. After this, I am going to reward them. Thank you very much for participating. And also that tells us that you are also, you followed through the previous session and you know what it's all about. That. So in the next session, I'm going to talk about the STEAM teaching, and that this is one of the things that we talked about. So I'm going to talk about STEAM education. So allow me to just open it up. Sorry. Okay, so I think that's, I'm going to share that. So quickly, I want to take us through the process of STEAM. And STEAM, as it is, I know we are very much versed with the STEM because STEM is what has been improved for so long in our country. Everyone is talking about the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So that is STEM, but then why STEAM? Why bring the arts? Is this art so important? Do you think that it is also helping to bring the STEM to acceptability? So many times people mistaken that the arts in the STEAM is just the crafts. No, it's not the handicrafts. It's about creativity. It's about the character development in terms of preparedness for the citizenship, for the global citizenship. So the arts here, I was actually talking to one of my colleagues here, and I was asking him that if what the Kenyan teachers today really do not like to see is maybe a snake, and then the science, the STEM part, the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics comes up with a very good design of autonomous car that, of course, driverless and can be able to detect many things, can avoid accidents. It can do everything that STEM have provided, but they decide that the shape that they want of this car is the shape of a snake. As much as it's a very good invention, it will have a lot of unacceptability in the society, because they'll think that maybe these people are trying to attain a different agenda than what they are giving us. So these are kind of things that sometimes we really need to bring the aspects of the art part of the art part of us into the STEAM. It is not just simply crafts. So what is STEAM? Quickly, STEAM is an extension of STEM. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And now we are adding the arts. Why bring this art? Is art so important as STEM? To STEM? Yes, the arts is important. Why? Because we need creativity. The art here is for the STEM people, as you know it, these four aspects always feed into themselves. The science concepts or science principles are utilized in the technology, and the engineering concepts are based on mathematics. So they all feed into each other. But now we need to add the aspect of arts. Why? We are overusing our left side of the brain, which is mainly for deductive reasoning, for problem awareness, for inductive reasoning, and for problem solving. These four aspects, the art, the engineering people, the STEM people have really been overusing. So it's now time to bring the creativity, the innovation, the communication and collaboration, or the social skills across these things. Because even in the information age, the industry, the society 4.0, which we are in today, you find that many things are taken to the machine, but the machine sometimes is not able to be as creative as the human. So sometimes we also need to bring that aspect of the human. That is what society 5.0 or industry 5.0 is really working on, bringing back the creativity to the human, as much as we also leave a lot on the machine learning to help us to develop more and more creativity. It's still not yet as sufficient as the human brain. So we need to also engage our right side of the brain for creativity, critical thinking, and communication. So there are facts that I have gathered for you here, that STEM jobs are likely to grow because we are in this age. Many people now want people who have done, who have engaged in STEM, about 13% growth. STEM employees are in charge of building our communities are moving forward. We know those are facts for the STEM, but if you engage the people in STEAM, then 80% of the people will feel that we are unlocking their creativity. We are bringing back the creativity to them. And we feel, 2/3 of the people feel that creativity is very crucial in our society. Also, another interesting thing that I brought for you to understand more of why STEAM is necessary. The left side of the brain has focused more on problem solving, collaboration, critical thinking, and time management. But the right side of the brain also need us to think on creativity, adaptability, communication, and social skills. This will really help us to make the STEM more acceptable in our society. Next, this is just the schools without arts and schools with arts. That is where STEAM and where we have STEAM and where we don't have STEAM. So bringing arts into this engages students' strength. It makes them to get different opportunities for communicating and expressing themselves. This is very difficult in among the engineering students. They come up with very good ideas, but communicating it or even explaining it to the society is a bit difficult. this is where they need the art, maybe through digital storytelling, something like that. You need to engage them in activities that at least makes them more creative. They can do drawing, open-ended. They can do a lot of imaginations and creativity, because it will also help them to do much of the development of the innovation. Benefits of STEAM in learning. It makes the student to think, I don't want to say just outside the box, but they think without the box, because their mind is not, again, using the box as the reference. They think more and becoming more innovative. They feel much more comfortable doing hands-on learning, and also they feel much safe in expressing their ideas to the people. And with arts also, the students will feel more comfortable to practice their teamwork, because they are more social. We need the social parts of the students, not just the deductive reasoning. How to STEAM up? I have quick steps. I will really go along it quickly. So the first step is to select a topic, choose which one that you want to incorporate, and then connect it to the real world. This is where we need the project-based approach. And so that means you are going to select a problem, define this problem, and try to kind of create a solution to it. How do you solve it? Try to see this, the challenges that are in this kind of solution you have created. Engage your researchers' tools to see if that kind of solution is able to give to solve the whole idea. Before you select which one to prototype on, then create a prototype and try to run it and see if it works. This process, if it doesn't work during the testing of the prototype, then you have to redesign, and the process become cyclical, like a cyclic kind of. So these are the steps. Again, I've just told you, I've talked about it in the previous one. So these are the steps. I just wanted to show you that you need to plan yourself before you implement, and try to be more flexible when doing these things. Keep your mind open, because you are innovating. When you are in the STEAM education, you need to really think without any reference point. So this is the STEAM, and the support, you get it from the social aspects of the STEAM. There are a lot of, you ask your fellow teachers or support staff or any other person to help you understand it more. So this is also the steps that I wanted you to do, to look on. So this one, I was just trying to show you the steps in the STEAM, like what aspects. So connecting it to the SDGs, you can realize that we can have a lot of science principles to get clean water. We can look on ways to treat our water, how to do it through science. Technology can help us create sustainable cities and communities. You know, the smart cities. All of you, I know we know of the Konza City, Techno City. This is all on technology. Engineering will help us with our infrastructure or the industry innovation. And also art is important, because we need the peace, gender equality, and things like that. We also need the mathematics part to help us with calculating our economic growth, or also working out all these principles that we have talked about of the science. Yeah. So here in school recently, I tried to engage my students here from the elementary school to do some kind of STEAM idea. So idea one that I'm going to share with you here is just this one on bean sprouting. So I told them to come up with how they can integrate the bean sprouting, and you know, how they can incorporate STEAM. You can see they told me that science will help them with knowing the environmental conditions and the conditions necessary for germination. The technology, they will use the presentation skills. They will use different things like they'll have measurement systems. They'll develop them using technology. They were to use the engineering to create the part or to the calibration and also design of the appropriate tools that they need for holding the soil. Then in arts, because of the creativity I needed that, they were going to write a story day by day on the germination of the thing through digital storytelling and present it through digital storytelling. And for mathematics, they are going to take it for measurements of various measurements like what the length grown per day, like that. So that was one idea. We had a second idea here of the ambulance. I'm not going to go through it, all of it, but they were going to make an interactive, they are going to use interactive game to make an ambulance. And so they're using micro:bit, they're using the coding to assemble like for the siren system, they are going to use the light LED. Yeah, so mathematics is mathematics and programming. Like they are going to use all they were giving ideas that they can use to incorporate STEAM. Because when you want to teach STEAM to your learners, you need to think that what point is science coming in? At what point is technology coming in? At what point is engineering coming in? Yep. So you can see our classroom engagement when I'm with them in the classroom. So usually we try to play and let them really think. And of course, the robot, like the one you see, this one is called Flip Robot, but the one that we had before is the T Robot. So Flip Robot is also one of the ways that we use to engage them in activities that we need. So this was just here at NTUST. So we always do this by doing it with the children in the classroom, just like you see them playing there. Yeah. Okay, thank you for this. Now I want to just show you the next bit. I want to show you a simple tool that you know of, and this is the micro:bit. Micro:bit is one of the tools. I will play this video so that it helps me to explain it just briefly to you. Then I'll give you also another video to show you the examples of how it has been utilized in the classroom, because I may not be able to show the total demonstration now because we have limited time as well. So let me play you this video.
In the early 1980s, the BBC, that's right, the British Broadcasting Corporation, the same people who bring you shows like Sherlock and Doctor Who, created the BBC Computer Literacy Project. This was an effort to get school kids to program as well as learn how to use computers. The BBC worked with the company Acorn Computers to develop the BBC Micro, an 8-bit home computer that could be connected to TVs. Thanks to government subsidies, over 80% of schools in Great Britain had a BBC Micro by 1984. More than 20 years later, the BBC has returned to give us another educational tool in the world of programming. This is the BBC Microbit. The Microbit is an embedded platform created as a collaboration among many different companies. It contains a variety of lights, buttons, and sensors to help students understand the interaction between programming and the physical world. Over the next few episodes, I'll show you how to create code for the Microbit, make simple pictures, build a virtual magic 8-ball, measure temperature, and communicate wirelessly between two different microbits. One great feature of the Microbit is that you have many options available when it comes to creating code for it. The simplest and most kid-friendly method is using the online block editor in Microsoft MakeCode. We'll be using the block editor for these episodes. However, if you want to get a little more advanced, you can just switch over to the JavaScript editor to see the underlying code. Over at python.microbit.org, you can write code using MicroPython, which is a version of Python for embedded systems. If you want to get really advanced, you can write programs in C++ at developer.mbed.org. But let's stick with the Microsoft Make code editor for now. To begin, you'll need to plug a micro USB cable into your microbit. Plug the other end into your computer. Open a browser and navigate to makecode.com. Click Start Coding under the picture of the microbit. On the left, you'll see a simulation of the microbit. Don't worry if the color doesn't match your physical board. In the main coding area, you'll see two blocks. Anything you attach to the OnStart block will be executed once as soon as the microbit powers up. And anything you attach to Forever will be executed in order over and over again forever after whatever is in OnStart has finished running. Let's say hello. Click Basic from the categories and drag Show String so that it snaps into place under OnStart. In the simulator, click the Restart button and you should see hello scroll across the LED array. Now, let's make a picture show up by default after hello has finished scrolling. Move the Forever block over to a place where you can see it. Don't worry, it won't affect your final program. In Basic, drag Show LEDs so that it snaps into Forever. Click on individual LEDs to toggle them on and off. I'll draw an open mouth smiley face, but feel free to get creative with your design. Now, let's make something happen when I press a button. I want people to know my name, so in Input, I'll drag on button A pressed to somewhere in my editor. This says to execute whatever snapped into this block whenever the A button on the microbit is pressed once. Notice that you can select which button you want the event to look for.
Okay, so of course I can explain more and more about that. So, but what I want you to see is also how we utilize this in the classroom. So I will give you two basic examples how the kids are using it to make different things. So in this one, yeah, you can actually see they are using it to make a pet. So let's see.
他戴眼镜，还会一直流口水的棍棍。我做的 PPAP 人，然后他按 A， 你就会把它拍到按 B， 你就会戳下去。
贾博士可以干嘛？
贾博士哦，
他那个宠物。
按 A 的话，它可以变表情，然后按 B 的话，它就会这样。
你看，它可以动了。所以贾博士拄个拐杖，什么？那你在看 A 是换表情的吗？哦，但是。
Okay, so basically they can use it to make a pet, like with different faces. The pet can make different faces to smile. Like it's bringing their creativity. So this is something that you use it to just boost their creativity, and at the same time they have to use the science principles, they have to create the codes, they have to do their calculations. So this is STEAM in the process. Lastly, I want to show you also another one on the treasure hunt. Let me just look for it, but yeah. Let me show you where they're doing a treasure hunt just quickly. It's a very short one because I want you to see how you can always create, make the students to be creative using microbit. Microbit is not like a very new invention that we can say that, oh, this is something that is not, it is something that is available and we can all use it if we just acquire it and help the students to connect or to make basic codes. They can combine all this science, technology, engineering, and arts. So let me play this as well so that you see how they are using it for treasure hunt. So yes, this is also another one for microbit. So yes, they're using it now to locate. I guess you know that sometimes our detectives or people or the police try to locate maybe maybe somebody's phone signal or something like that. So this is actually using that basic idea to also create a simple locator. So you can use it to maybe tag your items, say you can tag it inside your pass, and then if you lose it somewhere, you can be able to track it and know that, oh, it is somewhere here. So you can see they just use the microbit, a very simple thing, create such kind of code. So this is something that we just our students here have been engaging in, and these are very, very young learners. They are really trying to we are really trying to ensure that they improve on their computational thinking or their creativity. Okay, that marks, I wanted to show you those three simple ideas, but the key thing is that we are using the microbit to achieve this kind of idea. So I would want to invite Paul to maybe talk about something, because I want to demonstrate more of the coding, because in this process I want us to focus more on the thinking in this team teaching bit. So maybe let me invite Paul also to talk about something on problem-based or project-based learning, and then I will continue after that. So Paul, are you here?
Okay, thank you, Nick. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you, Nick. I'll be talking about the problem-based problem and project-based learning. These are terminologies that are very close to each other. In most cases, we confuse the two because apparently they have the same acronyms: PBL, problem-based learning, and project-based learning. This will come very handy to what Nick has presented to us. From all the demonstration that he has shown us involving students, you could see the seating arrangement, that they were either in circle, what we call collaboration learning, and the teacher was at the periphery. That is what most countries are now adopting as a teaching technique or methodology or strategy. While here, most likely back in our country, Kenya, still the teacher stands at the front and students are sitting down. So we want to see how these two methodologies, or what we can call the models, can improve on what Nick has been presenting. So problem-based and project-based, we can say they are instructional models. These are instructional models. And therefore, when you are using this model, it is the teacher now to provide guidelines and methods when you are using the two models to facilitate the learning process. Now here the teacher becomes a facilitator. Now, the teacher is no longer the center of knowledge, but more of a facilitator. You are the periphery, providing coaching, providing guidelines from the previous one, and also designing instruction where you are just giving the signposts, the markers, so that the students don't veer off. These signposts are usually guided by the outcomes, what we commonly refer as objectives. And with the onset of competence-based education and training and competence-based curriculum, we are more of adapting the strands, the substrands, and the outcome. Now, to understand the difference between problem-based and project-based, it's better we consider their outcomes so that we can easily differentiate between the two. When you are talking about project-based, the outcome or the emphasis is on an artifact. An artifact is something that does not exist naturally. It's something that has been created using either scientific principles or innovation or creativity. While problem-based learning is solution-based. When we say solution-based, is where the solution, your aim is to arrive to a solution that might be hypothetical. In terms of pedagogy, the difference in terms of pedagogy in two is that problem-based learning concentrates on acquisition of knowledge. For example, in mathematics, when you are being told find X, find Y, you see, the concentration or the emphasis was on the solution, and it was on you acquiring the knowledge of arriving to the solution. That's in terms of pedagogy. While in project-based learning, the emphasis is creating an artifact. If the project is about creating a certain sensor, the emphasis is that that sensor must be created at the end of the learning process. The sensor must be created. So that is the slight difference. However, if you look critically, it might be more of semantics, because in most cases, a project is designed to solve a problem. So problem-based learning can be viewed as a subset of project-based learning. Now, let us go to how to. How do we do this? We said it is a model. So the project-based learning. How do we implement this model, which is project-based learning? And we are saying we are putting it in different stages. We are saying the first stage is anchor the activity. You anchor the activity. That is, for example, present a case about human trafficking. We took this case because we know we are from different disciplinary areas, different specializations. So we took an area that anybody can relate to. So for example, present a case of human trafficking. So you have given a case of, and that's what we want to create an artifact about it. Then stage number 2 is present the task or guiding questions. Now we say the function of the teacher is to provide the markers. So here, present the task. For example, create an artifact to create awareness. Now here the marker is that the artifact they want to create, or the project is to create awareness on human trafficking. So when you create that one, they will think of, should we create a poster? Should we create a podcast? Should we create a video? Should we do animation? So those are the things that they will be thinking through. When we are doing project, we call it the brainstorming phase. Then do the process of investigating, that is research. Now you are collecting data about human trafficking. This data might be through research, through prediction, explanation, synthesis, evaluation. Just search the library, search the web, ask the experts, depending on where you can get data, so that you narrow down, because now data will allow you to narrow down on which artifact to create. Is it a video? Is it a poster? Is it a podcast? So it will assist you to do that. Then Number 4 on how to is discuss with the peers and or expert. Now, this is what now we were talking about the 21st century skills. Now, here is where the C's come in, collaboration, because that is what you want to teach, because at the end also you want them to acquire the collaboration skills. For example, brainstorming, negotiating, collaboration, resolving conflict. And you can't do this when you don't have critical thinking and communication skills, because you will develop the 4 C's during this process. Unlike when the teacher is at the front and the student are passively listening to the teacher, instead of the student taking the center in knowledge development. Then number 5 is creation of the artifact. Now they have done brainstorming, they have narrowed down, and now they have decided from what we have collected from the research, asking the expert, doing our own analysis and synthesis, we are going to create either a poster, a film documentary, an infographics. And since they don't know what now, how it will work, now number 6 is that now they present presentation of the artifact. For example, they'll do it in gallery walks, exhibit, film festivals, and apart from film festival, we know in other projects, maybe you will pilot your project, then get feedback, then now refine the project, then present the real. That is the now in a more scientific, when you're creating something in engineering, you'll do a pilot of it after creating what we call the models. Then once you do it, you get information, you improve on it, then you roll now the real thing. Problem-based. Let us now see how to for problem-based. Remember we said they are very related, only that one concentrating doing an artifact, while now problem-based concentrate in providing a solution, but in the process of going to the solution, the emphasis is on acquisition of knowledge. So the first thing here is that students are presented with a problem. That's the first thing. Present a problem to the student. For example, El Nino phenomena. That's the problem. Now, the second thing is now group the student, because we said now that what we want in the 21st century is the 4 C's. You group the student so that still now you can still nurture the collaborative skills, the communication skills, the critical thinking skills, and creativity skills through group discussion. Then number 3 is generate hypothesis. Generate hypothesis. Now, students, this is a student-led process of coming up with hypothesis. Students are coming up with hypothesis of the causes of El Nino and maybe the solutions to the El Nino. Some of the hypotheses that the students might come up with is that El Nino is not or is the cause of weather anomalies. That is 2 hypotheses. Either it's not or it is the cause. Then the anomalies do cause strange weather patterns. These are the hypotheses that students are coming up after presenting with them this phenomena. And these hypotheses come up through a collaborative process, a critical thinking process, and also they communicate to each other. Now, after they generate the hypothesis, the 4th stage is identify what they know and what they need to know. Now, you as the teacher, you go through the hypothesis that they have come up with. Then you'll be able to identify the gaps. Now, once you identify the gaps, you don't fill the gaps for them. You go to stage number 5, where you guide the student to search for the information needed. That is self-directed study. You guide the student to fill the gap. You guide the student to fill the gap. You don't fill the gap for the students. We'll come to see which philosophy is that in terms of education. When you are doing that, which philosophy are you anchoring your methodology or your model on? Then number 6 is share what they have learned with the group. And number 7, assess their progress until they resolve the problem. Now you see, you are not solving for them. You are leading the student to the solution. So you assess and keep on, we call it scaffolding. We call it scaffolding. As the task increases in difficulty, you continue giving them leverage or scaffold to arrive to the answer. Then number 8, summarize the learning, and the student present their solution and their learning. Now, the students will be very happy that they have presented their solution. Now, one of the major characteristics of these two teaching models, that's the project-based and problem-based, is authenticity. Authenticity is where the student feel that if it is a problem, you design, in most cases, if it's not mathematics, or you don't design abstract problems, but real life problems. So the student feel that their solution is authentic since they have contributed to a solution to a real life problem. If it is problem-based, they have created an artifact that is capable of doing or solving a real task in the world. Then definitely collaboration. You can see that they have to do it in a group manner. They have to collaborate in a group. They have to discuss. And now the teacher does the facilitation and the student do the reflection. Because we said you guide the student to continuously do reflecting on the problem until they arrive at the solution. Now, let me introduce this big word, constructivism. Constructivism is a teaching philosophy. It lies under teaching philosophy. This was done by a great man called Vygotsky in 1978. And he introduced a concept called social constructivism. Now, let us see how this philosophy guides us, because remember, philosophy are the ones that guides you. These are the signposts that guides the teacher and the students. And under this teaching philosophy, they come up with the role of the students. That is for the two models, problem-based and project-based. And they say construct their own knowledge. And I'll discuss that together with the bullet number 5, learn in a social setting. Under social constructivism, they argue that meaning is socially constructed. That means the students are allowed to construct their own meaning, but not to do rote learning and regurgitate by cramming what they were taught. And therefore, it is self-directed and work on meaningful tasks, actively thinking about their learning. They keep on thinking about their learning. It's called the social constructivism, and we say knowledge is socially constructed. Then the role of the teacher. Let us see the role of the teacher in constructivism. He says the role of the teacher is to do what we have discussed called scaffolding. Scaffolding is, because the task might be a little bit difficult, the teacher provides leverage or markers or some small guidelines of the students arriving to the solution. We call it scaffolding. And in the process, he provides the feedback and also select authentic tasks, structure the lessons, models, and coach. You can see the teacher in this philosophy is at the periphery and not at the center. And not at the center. This is a wonderful philosophy. I might not explain everything in this one session and exhaust it, but we have introduced, and I'll invite Nick also now to show us how we can use technologies to teach problems and problem and project-based learning. Welcome, Nick.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul, for your wonderful and very extensive explanation of the problem and project-based learning. Well, you have just summarized it by saying that the learner should be at the center of the problem solving, while the teacher at the periphery supporting the learner. Yes, that's where the 21st century is taking us to, where we need to adopt more learner-centered strategies that enable the learners to be more of a social constructivists, because they're the ones. Knowledge construction is now for the learner, and the teacher is just but a supporter, like somebody who gives now the kind of energy to push them. So you need to make them to be at the center. So having discussed that, and I'm still recalling in my previous presentation, I introduced you to microbit, which was coding, and that means, I just want to still maintain on the line of teaching coding or computational skill to the student. And you should not be worried here that you are not a teacher of coding or something like that. It's just about we want to develop the students' computational thinking. If they want to solve a problem, they must be able to learn to create instructions to the machine. So quickly, I will take you through the coding bar platform. This is also one of the platform here that we use in Taiwan. It's already adopted here. Why this kind of platform? This kind of platform combines two things: social networks, or what you call social media in education, and then also it combines it with a learning management system. So the teacher is able to play his part through this platform, while the students also plays his part. This platform is really helping to bring these two together without having to be at the same classroom. So this is a platform that helps the learners to learn programming. And I just give you a quick situation here that in Japan, computer science and coding lessons have become mandatory in elementary school. Here in Taiwan, the Education Ministry has also integrated coding education into the secondary curriculum since 2019. Hong Kong and Macau, you can see they have both also, they lack pedagogical resources for this. And in Singapore, computer science education is focusing on Python, and it has also has become part of the primary education and other places. So I gave you just a quick scenario. Why do we need to have such kind of program or such kind of platform for program education? The key thing is because we lack teachers of programming, because the software engineers are not trained to become teachers. And so how are they won't be able to come to class to teach. At the same time, teaching is very low incentive in most of the parts of the world. I think Kenya included. You find that the teachers, people think that, oh, I cannot be a teacher because it is too low in terms of earning. But we need to still teach our kids about programming. We also have the second problem that there is no suitable curriculum for teenagers. In lower levels, we have more of playful learning activities, like I just told you about the T-Robot and the other things. It's more of scratch, kind of like there is no suitable one for the teenagers, because when they become youth, they have also a unique language, and the different different learning environment is needed for them. Not every student has to be an engineer or traditional computer science courses don't have to be too difficult to learn. Sorry. So the next thing is that the EdTech, the only EdTech team in Taiwan that provides teenage programming education is this platform that I'm introducing to you. It's called Coding Bar. You can see what I've just talked about there, that in the lower level at the chime part, they use Scratch. In the expert side or the adult, they use the expert coding, the expert coding languages, and also like kind of more of a very difficult or technical platform. So why, therefore, do we need a platform like Coding Bar? One, I'll go quickly. Smart platform, because because it helps the students to debug and record automatically. It does it so it can correct them without even the teacher having to see every code. So the teachers don't have to check the questions that they give, and the courses are really standardized for each of those activities they have to do. It is standardized, the length, and it has also been in application for the last 7 years. So it's really a standard course now. The content, different courses are designed for different ages, so each learner can now match. We don't say that, oh, this is too difficult for this kind of learner, or this is too easy for this person. So you can actually customize it to the level of the learners. Teacher training, the courses are very, the platform is able to provide the teacher training or the TOT very fast, because the courses are already put in place to make the teacher to learn very fast before they go there. So these are some of the problems that we have with the current platforms that we have, that to students, they have unified syllabus, no personal progress. They go to class where each person is supposed to learn Java or C++ or Python, but you don't have your personal one. Here, for the this kind of platform, it will be more of personalized and different languages. They are unable to get assistance immediately because they have to wait for the teacher or in the next class. And they also have no learning record or study report. For teachers right now, it is too difficult to control the class because sometimes you have so many students and you have to check their work individually. So it's so difficult. They have to check the answers one by one. That's very tedious. It is hard to detect any academic fraud. If they go somewhere and copy from each other, you are not able to detect. But for this platform, it's going to be able to monitor them automatically. Okay, so Coding Bar platform is a cloud system platform. It's very good. The student interface don't need any installation. They just click because it's already on cloud platform. They get instant feedback because there's an AI infused inside it. So it's able to correct them. They can be able to talk to it or to interact with it by chatting. They get progress analysis because the system can be able to automatically generate this. And it, as I said before, it takes multiple programming languages, Python, C, C++, or microbit. On this one, on the teacher interface, they are able to control, they can be able to track the student progress in real time. They can see what they do even when they are at home, and they are able to detect similarity. If they copy from each other, it is able to, you are able to detect any fraud. Because it is always, we always say it is difficult for people to make the same mistake in the same way and same time. So this one is going to be able to detect it quite fast, and it is able to manage the classes. If you may allow me to say, I can say that this kind of platform has flipped the traditional learning that we knew about, because the coding platform, if you check at the setup, the coding bar platform, if you check at the setup or the environment, for traditional one, it's so cumbersome, but here it's just one click and you are in. For learning records, in the traditional one, oh, that's so difficult because you really have to read through. Here, it just saves it automatically in the cloud. For error reminder or correction assistant, you have a smart agent, just like Siri. So you just need to talk there and you get the way you say, hey Siri, can you open this? This one also you tell him that, how do I go about this? And it will help you instantly. It supports different programming languages because for traditional class, you only have people learn one language at a time. Here, you can be able to, each person is able to take the one they want at whatever time they do. So, every person can be able to customize whatever language they want to learn. And on this platform, in terms of the checking of student answers, for traditional class, you have to do it in person, one by one. Here, it checks it in 1 second and tells you that, oh, this person has scored this. On the curriculum unity, for traditional classes, varies from one teacher to the other. on the coding bar platform, it's standardized because it's already inside there. In giving grades for traditional class, it's really manual. Here, it's calculation, automatic calculation. So, teacher-student ratio right now for the programming class is 1 to 8. One teacher, one teacher, 8 students. One platform, like one teacher in this platform can handle 20 people comfortably. So you can see it's so easy to adapt this kind of platform. So I will try to explain to you this in some short video. You see how we have also applied it here. And they see how the learners are very, very able to go through the platform very easily. And you see, I'm sorry that it's in Chinese, but all what they're saying inside it is what I've just shared with you, the advantages of this platform. So I'll play for you this video, but for those who want to use this kind of platform, if you will be interested in it, you can also ask about it. We can tell you how to use this kind of platform. It will help you to manage your students and to teach coding very, very easily for those who are interested in teaching coding to the students. Yeah, so let me play for you this.
你会看到说，我这边呢，我就使用了3个东西。
Coding Bar 远距直播班，线上直播教学，即时互动练习平台，防疫不出门，在家学程式，远端视讯教学，老师与你安全零距离。透过系统平台的辅助以及视讯软体的搭配，轻松及时掌握学生学习状况。
那我这边呢，也会看大家的答题状况是否正确。好，今天我们的同学答出来了。嘉宏同学，文字的部分请用双引号。
独家云端学习平台提供多元题型与大量练习题，不仅有选择题、多益题、配对题，更可以在上面直接观看课程影片进行学习。AI 小助手辅助侦错你的程式码，让你在撰写程式码的过程中可以更加的顺利。另外，我们有线上提问机制，24小时内问题回复，轻松累积自我学习历程，省力又安心。不用出门，一样能获得实体班的学习成效。防疫新生活，一起在家 coding 吧。
Okay. So you can see that teacher is able to monitor the progress of the students very, very easily, and is able to detect anything that the students are going through. They are able to interact with them because it combines learning management and at the same time the social media kind of like the interaction and the learning management. So these people are able to communicate quite easily. So for a very short time, I want us to just break for like 10 minutes, go to the groups, not like break to go away, but go to the groups for just like 10 minutes and try also to think how you can do this computational thinking. Yeah, that how you can teach your learners computational thinking. What do you think about microbit? What do you think about the coding bar platform? Do you think it is necessary for us? So I want us to go to a short session before we come back in the last bit. I want us to still discuss this a bit, just shortly, for 10 minutes, sorry. Let's make it short. And extend the discussion that you had before, that how in that your SDG or any other that you are going to choose, how do you develop computational thinking skills? Like computational thinking, I've just told you, is making the students to learn to give instructions to the machine, to various things, because that's what is needed in the current society. They need to solve problems, and to solve these problems, they need to come up with instruction and give to the computer. So quickly, let's go to the breakout groups and discuss choose one way of developing computational thinking skills among your students and how to integrate coding bar or micro:bit inside that kind of skill. Yes, let's go to the group. Hello, Simba. It's good to see that you are here. Esther Kiswili, thank you for joining. Colin, Enoch Simba.
Yes, how are you?
Yes, good to see that you are here.
Thank you. Yes, I've been having the network
Yes,
challenges,
so, yes.
but I'm trying to.
Okay. Esther, how are you? Good to see you again here.
I'm good.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
did you say that you also teach? You teach technical. You said technical, right?
No, I'm teaching in primary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. But so computational thinking, I see many people, computational thinking is just the kids to learn to give instructions, because in this kind of society now, they need to solve the problem. That problem, you must get the steps to solve the problem. So you need to give this kind of instructions like, okay, do this. If you want something to arrange for you, your boxes somewhere, you just tell it like, okay, climb this, stack it this way, yeah, like that way. And that's how the coding is learned from the very, very basic. So, do you have anybody here who has any of those experiences? And do you think coding bar platform can be good for us? Because here where I am, we use that kind of platform, and it's really working well because the teacher is now really much relieved from teaching this kind of skills. Anyone?
Hello, Nicholas.
Yes, Gideon. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to ask: is the website to access coding bar free, or you have to subscribe to something?
Yes, because it is developed by one of the organizations here. Of course, you need to pay for it, but how to connect with them, we can always assist you. Like if you need it, they can always customize it for you the way you want
Okay.
it. Yeah, and at the same time, I think they can really subsidize or really give a good rate, a good offer for you.
Okay, thank you.
So members of this group, it's your time to share. Actually, I talk much on the other platform. I should not be talking here. It's your time.
Hello, Nicholas.
Yes, Esther.
Maybe I can share my small experience on coding. As I
Yes.
said, I'm teaching in primary.
Yes.
And with the CBC, which is more of the learner center, and as we have learned from your previous talk,
yes,
they have also introduced about coding in some of the subjects like the science and technology.
Sure.
So I've been able to interact using the Scratch with the learners.
Yes.
And actually, as you explained from your previous Hello.
Okay, continue. Sorry, I just lost you on the way, Esther. Sorry.
Sorry, I can come back again. I was
Yes.
saying with the CBC is
Yes.
also encouraging about coding in some of the subjects.
Yes.
Where the learner is also supposed to interact with the computing devices, and therefore we are also teaching them some of these coding systems, like the Scratch particularly is the one they are being given in their primary level, and it's quite interactive. I can ascertain also, as you told us, that for the teacher, it becomes you are only left to give the guidelines, to give the instructions, to help them, to coach them, and structure the lesson. Once the instructions on require them, it becomes very learner centered, and find that they come up with their own experiences, their own creativity, and they code and come up with their learning.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is why, because like right now, the way you say that you use it, you see it's don't you think it is coding platform would be very helpful for that? Because just imagine you have to do that, and then tomorrow you have to look at like your class, typical class, your typical class, has how many students?
There are quite a number, like the class I'm talking about, it's around 78 learners. So you can imagine.
78, and then you have to look at,
and
yeah,
then
and you have to check them, every person.
every person. It's quite cumbersome, but with the platform, it becomes very easy. Actually, they do they do the work online, and then we can be able to check very easily online. Even they can submit at their own time, and I can be able to ascertain whether they did well and correct at the same time.
Yeah, it's so easy because with the coding bar platform, this platform, first of all, they access it from wherever, from home. Yeah. So you don't even have to be like with them there. And then if they find the problem first through the AI system, that thing is able to detect, first of all, and correct them, first of all, if they make some mistakes. But if they still encounter more problems, they also have a person to talk with, just like you talk to Google or Siri. They talk to it, and then it will give. If they still can't get the solution, they can book appointment with you through that same platform, or can just chat you live the way we are now talking like this. So it's so easy. It solves it, and then you don't have to mark everything. Some are marked for you by the system, unless it is very, very it's very necessary.
Yeah, sure. And one more outstanding merit about it is that we also use it as an extension of a takeaway home activity. Now that the parents are more digital, most of the parents have their smartphones, others have tablets at home, computers at home. Whatever we do in class at school with the computers and the government laptops, tablets, it can also be carried as an extension activity back at home where we can continue without physical contact back at home, and you find that one becomes an advantage, whereby the learner, we can still continue learning at the comfort of our places. I myself at home and them at their homes. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, welcome back. I believe you've had a fruitful discussion. So I'll choose, please, the person who's going to talk, try to make your presentation in just like 1 minute. For my group, I had Esther. Esther, do you want to share something in 1 minute? Please, just a short one.
Thank you, Nicholas. Once again, as I have shared from my group, I said I'm teaching in primary level, whereby we have come across the computing, the coding bar through the Scratch, and it is quite interactive from my experience. It is quite easy for the teacher to use because it is learner-centered. And as we learned from our previous session, you find that you as a teacher, you are only left to give the guidelines, the instructions of the task, and then the learners are able to carry out their experience. I was sharing with my group that some of our classes are so large to the tune of 78 to 80 to 90s, but you find that with this kind of learning, the monitoring even of the learners' work becomes very easy, and it becomes quite interactive, and more so it is quite learner-centered. And above everything else, we can also have an extension of the same as a takeaway activity at home, now that the learners are exposed to these digital devices even back at home. Thank you, Bwana Nicholas.
Good. Thank you very much. You summarized it. You've had the challenges that Esther has in terms of numbers. It is so difficult for the teacher to meet the demands of all the 90+ students. Okay. Any other, Sarah, from your group? Did you choose anyone? Just 1 minute, please. 1 minute.
Okay, from our group, I think I'll request David to make the presentation. We didn't manage to complete, but we discussed something. So David, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Tonga, for the opportunity. In our group, we look at an SDG challenge, and the challenge is sustainable clean water and sanitation. And in our group, we were looking at a problem, but we also saw a way of creatively looking at a better problem solution. We were looking at the challenge. The problem was access to clean water and availability. The SDG is clean water and sanitation. The problem is access to clean water and availability. And the artifact we were trying to innovate is a meter, water meter. In Kenya, we have the existing meters that allow users from the water regulatory body to come and read and then maybe at the end of the month, they're able to do the billing. But in our solution, in our approach, we are looking at a smart meter, an intelligent system that's able to think, that's able to collect data, and it's able to make predictions. And the prediction in this case is the volume of consumption. If the system is able to predict the volume, and it can be able to inform the authorities on how to regulate the flow within a certain region, then it can be able to alleviate the issues and make it easy for people to access clean water, and they're able to also handle sanitation. And the data collections points that we were able to consider were water points. Maybe in a city there are water points, there are households, and also residences in different places. And the artifacts can be able to predict the volume, and then it can allow authorities to regulate the water flow. And at the same time, the authorities can earn revenue from the smart meter, because it will be a metered approach to the solution, and they can allow people to make payments, and automatically they can be able to access the water. That's our solution. And lastly, considering the tools, using maybe microbit or coding bar, a solution, a code can be created that allows users to log in to their accounts, and then as a loop, when looking at the loop remains that it just basically controls the taps, the valves. If someone doesn't have enough credits, then the valve is closed. If someone has enough credits, the tab is opened, and they're able to access clean water. Thank you very much. That was group 4.
Thank you very much for representing Group 4, David. That was a brief summary. So I think because of time, it's okay that we take a 5 minutes health break, 5 minutes, and then we come back, and then we will continue with the next bit of it. Please, let's have a 5 minutes health break, and we come back. Thank you. See you at 5:11 at 12:11 p.m. Sorry. Welcome back, everyone. And it's that time for quiz. Just a short quiz here. Is everyone back? Okay, many have already come back. Okay, let's proceed with this. Let's take a quiz. So the first question for our quiz is, what disciplines are included in the A of STEAM? A, fine arts, language arts, social and liberal arts, and physical arts. Or B, basketball, soccer, football, or tennis. And C, architecture and design. And D, none of the above. Always when you write your answer, write 1 and then the answer.
Please respond on the chat.
Yes, respond. Thank you, Maureen. Okay. What disciplines are included? Thank you, Esther. What disciplines are included in this? And in 10 seconds. Thank you, Gideon. In 5 seconds, I will go to the next question. And 2 seconds. And the correct answer is A, fine arts, language arts, social and liberal arts, and physical arts. And question 2, why STEAM education? Isn't STEM sufficient? Isn't STEM enough? Okay, choice A, creativity, innovation, and logic are all discussed. It brings purposeful integration of exploratory subjects, engages students in self-directed discovery, and D, all of the above. Why STEAM? Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Gideon. Thank you, Josiah. Thank you, Mark, Paul, Frida, Dr. Ben, Sylvester, and in Salome. Okay, in 10 seconds. Lewis, thank you. 5 seconds. And 2 and 1. So the correct answer for this is D, all the above. Yeah, it brings all the above. Last question, question 3. The T-Robot aids the learners in acquisition of the following 21st century competencies except. The T-Robot aids the learners in acquisition of the following 21st centuries except A, computational skill, thinking skills, B, problem-solving skills, C, political skills, and D, collaborative skills. Thank you, David. Thank you, Roslyn. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Sylvester, Kahoya, Dr. Ben, and Maureen. In 10 seconds, in 5 seconds, and the correct answer is political skills. So you see, so the correct answer is political skills. So, so all these are A fine arts, and all the arts are brought in STEAM. STEAM also helps in bringing up all these disciplines here, all these things, and political skills are actually not developed by the robot. So thank you very much. I think in this stage, I want to invite Sarah because today, and I think that we need also now to take some time and think about what we have done so far. So this calls for an aspect of reflection, like what have we done so far? I think Sarah can take it away and explain to us something.
Thank you, Nicholas. So we have had a session since morning, and we have gone through, I can say we've gone through some experience today, but then going through an experience and just leaving it there, we may not really learn much. And therefore, that is why we need an aspect of reflection, which means just thinking through your experiences, thinking through, you examine yourself, examine your perspectives, your attributes, your experiences, and even your actions. But the aim of reflection is not just to examine those things that I've mentioned. After examining, then you need to gain more understanding, and also you can decide on how you can improve on your experience or your actions or your perspectives next time. So reflective learning is important, and it helps individuals to engage in exploring experiences. And while individuals reflect is so that they can gain new understandings and appreciations. So you think about the work you have done, even as you are doing it or after you have done it. You can reflect at any stage while you are doing the work, as you do the work, or even as you plan to do the work, even after you've done whatever you are supposed to do. And why is reflective learning important, especially for learners? So why should we engage our learners in the habit of reflective thinking or reflective learning? It is so as to help learners to relate new knowledge to prior understanding, help them think in both abstract and conceptual terms, help learners to apply specific strategies in novel tasks, and also help them understand their own thinking and also the way they learn, their own learning strategies. And some guidelines for effective reflection include allocating sufficient time for reflection. And also you can always schedule a short briefing activity to recapture the experience and think about it. And in reflection, the teacher is just a facilitator and a guide in developing skills in analyzing a past learning experience. So you just guide the students, do not tell them how to reflect, just give them a guide. You can give them guidelines on what to reflect on. You can encourage students to recount the experience to others so as to strengthen the insights gained. And as you are reflecting, because you need to be very honest when you are doing reflection, so you need to attend to feelings, especially the positive and pleasant ones. And you can evaluate the experience in light of the learner's intent. And so what are some of the reflective strategies that can be used? So we have self-analysis, where you as a teacher or you as a student or you as a person, a professional, you just engage yourself in self-analysis when you reflect on why you succeeded or failed at a task. And you can do this by writing journals. You can write journals, or you can keep what we call a portfolio. And here we have some guide questions for students when you are doing reflections. For instance, are you learning from the activity? Yes or no? If no, why or why not? And are you able to relate what you have learned to your your interests, and how can you improve on that? And for teachers, if your teacher is doing reflection, because as teachers we also need to do reflection, we can also ask ourselves questions like, are the students learning from the activity? Are they able to, are you as a teacher, are you able to relate the lesson to the knowledge and interest of the students? How can you do better as a teacher? Did you manage the class well? And more. These are just a few questions that you can ask, but there are more that you can ask. So as Gibbs said, it is not sufficient to just have an experience. Apart from going through that experience, like we have gone through this webinar today, we need to take some time and to reflect upon the experience that we've had today. Otherwise, we may leave this session and just forget whatever was discussed. But if we engage in reflection, then we are able to remember. So I want to welcome Nicholas. I think he wants to share with us a short video on reflective learning. So Nicholas, welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. So reflective practice is very important as you have said. Usually we tend to give our learners just questions at the end, but this is not very a good approach when it comes to assessing the lesson or the effectiveness of the approach. So yeah, I'm going to share with you this reflective practice, and then I'll invite also Professor Weng after that to share about it. But first, I'm starting with the video. Yes, thank you very much for the video. So as you can see, it is talking about the reflective practice, socio-emotional kind of learning, something that we have been working on with Professor Weng recently. So I'll invite her to talk about it and also tell us the importance of reflective practice or reflective learning, especially for the young kids where we need to improve social, emotional, and cultural learning, what we call SEL, social, emotional learning. But let me allow Professor Weng to talk about this.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yes.
From the video, the Mega Chat is a journaling system. You can use it in many different ways, and we try to use it in a way that for the kids to write their journals. So we try to introduce how to reflect yourself, and then they are assisting the kids to fill in the blank or making sentences. Then after that, they can actually turn that into cartoons or comics. So to make the journaling more interesting. And we can use it in many different ways. Just as Nick has mentioned, sometimes we can use it like for the SEL, for the kids to write their journals, and teachers can actually see how they feel and stuff like that. And at the same time, we can also use it as some kind of reflective journal. After your lesson, if you adopt to this program, you can have the students write their reflection in the journal to make it more interesting. And as Sarah have talked about the importance of reflection, usually we need to reflect to internalize whatever we really trying to learn. And students can talk about their feelings can be interesting or there's some challenging part, they can discuss about that. And we even use this program now with another organization. We try to do the digital culture exchange. So we could have a whole class from one school in Taiwan with another, we do the exchange with the students from another country. And we can talk about same topic and everybody write a journal and they do the exchanging of the journals. So this way they can, somehow have some type of culture exchange that way. So it's a very interesting program. If you guys are interested, feel contact us, and we are looking for partners and to really internationalize a lot of the education and to learn about, to be aware of different cultures. So this is a really interesting platform, and we would like to introduce that to you. Maybe in the future you will also be willing to adapt it, or if you have more interest to that, you can contact us. We will have further introduction of that product. Okay, and let me get this back to Nick. Yes, Nick, is this what we do?
Okay.
Next.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Because you will also tell them about the how to reflect upon what they have done. But just to add on what you have said about the manga chart, is that we need the partner schools, because these are teachers from various levels of education. We need people who we can conduct one class where they can compare, like the projects that we had, where they can be able to develop simple projects that develop their cultural practice or learning, and then they kind of exchange their ideas through journaling. So if you are interested in this, it's a platform that we are doing currently. You can just contact us, and then we can partner you with one school here in Taiwan, and your students can be able to do some of the activities together. If you are interested, please get back to us. So just as Professor Weng said, we want you, because we want also to have our students and your students to be able to exchange the ideas, and that's the collaboration we need for this century. So, Professor, we have also talked through this course. We have today we have talked about so many other things. So maybe do you have any guidance to them on reflective learning, reflective practice when they have done?
Yes. Maybe I want to recap of what you have. I know it's a long day with a lot of things that we have talked about, and with the SDGs, how you can integrate that into your STEAM classes, and like project based. We give you some examples, and also we introduce several interesting products that we use here, and hopefully it will be some interesting tools that you would like to adapt in your classes later on in your classroom. And if we are also talked about all these pedagogies, how you probably will be able to do that in your classroom. So at the last part of our webinar, we really want to break you into groups again to answer some of the questions. You know, for you, I know it's a long day, so now could be a time for you to think about what you have learned over those 4 hours, and anything, you know, have any questions or anything, we can first have a discussion within groups, then we will come back to an open talk, and then I think this is how we will be able to generate some of the ideas or things that we can help you later on. And if you are interested in collaborating with us or with any of the professors here, we are all open to the opportunities. And then I think learning is through sharing. This is why we have this webinar, and to be able to, you know, see how we do things, you know, in different places. Okay? Yeah. Okay, Nick?
Okay,
Should we break the groups?
So having said that, Professor, then now it's that time that we need to take some 10 minutes to reflect about our what we done in this period, because we have talked a lot. We have talked about the project-based learning, the STEAM education. We have talked about so many things, but we are making you to do the reflection not because it's something that we have just created. We want you also to make sure that instead of asking your learners the way we have done through the quiz, that what is this and this, sometimes tell them to just share, record a video of what they think they have picked from this, your class. Through this, you will know what they have learned and what they have not learned, and how to help them. So over the last 3 or 4 hours that we have been here, can we take some time, share among ourselves, reflect, pick 1 or 2 concepts that we have learned, and then we will come back and share, and then maybe ask some few questions, and then we will see the next thing to close the session. So let's go for the group work sharing time. Yes.
Frida, I'm saying I'm still listening.
Are you
Welcome back.
listening?
Listening to you.
Okay. So I think there was a fruitful discussion and the reflections. I think I and Professor Weng were in one group, so I listened to some two people there. But anyway, it's also still we have another brief session to share here. Maybe the next 3 to 5 minutes, let's share, and then yeah. So from the groups, is there anybody? Everybody came and said they are still listening. From the groups, let me start with Sarah. Or Paul. Let me start with Paul then. Paul, okay, okay, Sarah or Paul, anybody, just choose whoever you are listening that you are talking about.
Okay. So when I went to the group, Frida was speaking. So Frida, I'll invite you to give your reflections kindly. Frida,
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much. From our group, we can say that we are happy with the discussions that took place the few hours that we've had. And all the members were keen on the holistic approach that we are having from the problem-based, and especially with reference to our CBC class or classes. And therefore, we are hopeful for a greater tomorrow and experience in our teaching and from our students. Thank you.
Great. Yeah. So you have picked one or two tools for teaching the project-based and problem-based learning. Okay. From Paul's group, you are also listening to somebody and you said it. Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
we
Dr.
listened to 3 of them, and they were very excited, especially now appreciating the competence-based education that is being implemented in Kenya, and also learning how far the countries have moved with such models. I welcome Noah to share the insights that he has taken home from this exercise. Noah, welcome.
Noah, 1 minute. Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah.
Noah, if Noah is not present, we can have Roslyn also share the insights.
I'm here. I was asked to do a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I know Nick was looking for Noah, but he's seen Maureen somewhere. I logged in with her name.
Oh yes. Oh
Sure.
yes. Before I talked of Maureen. Okay. Okay. All right.
Sure, Nick.
All
Thank you
right.
so much. I logged in. My gadget brought a problem, but there was a lot of things that I learned. So much. I was in attendance of Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. We were developing curriculum for the CBC, and there was a big problem on. I kept complaining. I'm a computer teacher, and I kept complaining why we had to introduce coding in grade 4 for students. Today, I'm surprised that in Taiwan, you do it from the lowest grade possible. And I've really seen the essence of why we need to introduce it as early as possible.
Yeah.
The use of microbit, the use of the coding bar, so many things. The learning things, the PBLs, I mean,
yeah,
it's all that we really need to know. I wish we have as many sessions as possible. And our group sessions were shorter. Come on, next time make them longer.
Sure. Thank you for that.
Not so
Thank
much.
you for that.
We shall talk about it because of time. Thank you so much for this session.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much for that kind of reflection. Professor Weng, do you want to call for anyone from group 1 where you are?
I can't remember the names. Sorry.
Okay. But I remember you were talking to Dr. Ben at the end.
Yeah.
So,
That was Dr. Ben? No. Was Enoch? I think it was Enoch. Yeah.
Enoch Simba, are you the one? Okay, anyone who was talking to Professor Weng in group 1, and then you can share. Or the group
It's
where...
either Enoch?
Yes.
Yeah, he's Enoch.
Yes, Enoch Simba, yes.
Yes, we discussed about the project based
Yes.
and integrating how we can come up with the coding, especially the project based in tertiary institutions.
Yes.
And in my case, for example, I can give an example whereby we want to use the Arduino,
Okay.
especially the programming of the
Enoch seems to have a challenge with the network. Okay. Enoch, you are breaking some...
yes, network problem.
Okay. All right, maybe as you fix it, let me have just one last person, maybe. As you fix it, I will give you in the next 30 seconds. But any person with insights or question or a general comment that you want to make, because it's also open to make a general comment. Anyone without calling your names? Can you use the reaction there to show me that you want to make one statement? I can have 1 minute and 1 minute for you guys.
I'm Sylvester.
Okay, Sylvester.
I also learned that there's something called STEAM. All along, I've known about STEM. So it's when I learned about STEAM today.
Yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Yes, because many people have already been pushing about STEM, but they forgot about the aspect of the arts. But the arts here we are talking about is more of the social skills to make the innovations and developments more adaptable. We are talking about creativity to make them even much better. So we are talking about collaborations and any other thing. So that's why here, actually, we have also done stream building on a religion, but bringing in the aspect of religion. But because not world over, everybody is dealing with religion, we have always toned down to stream. We just left it at STEAM because STEAM is really enough to really bring in all the aspects together. Yeah, so yeah, thank you. That's where STEAM is. I can see a reaction from Frida. Frida, your hand is up, so.
Now, I just wanted to comment on the STEAM.
Yes.
I think it's a great introductory of the arts. Being an arts teacher with a bias to English,
Yes.
I think it's a good recognition because we have so many students who require to communicate efficiently, but it's underplayed and somehow we don't really execute it as it should be. Thank you.
Yes, and this is very important, as you say. The language teachers will always acknowledge that the engineering students, they come up with very beautiful concepts, but the explanation, like the how to communicate it, has always been a challenge to all of them. So building STEAM to make them do aspects like digital storytelling or something like that makes them to use the concept in the arts bit. So yeah, it builds the whole, like the wholesome. We look at it on a wholesome point of view. Okay, last person, the very, very last person. Enoch Simba, did you fix?
Yes, I believe I fixed the problem. Yes, as I was saying. Yes, maybe going forward, I was making a kind request that if maybe through Zoom could collaborate with us, these tertiary institutions or institutions in this part of the world, such that we are able to embrace and try to guide us bit by bit on how we can use or we can integrate the coding, especially on the project-based models.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So I think that's it. Anyone who thinks that they have one thing left that they want to say? Any person? Because I think we are really moving to 1 p.m. and this is a time when we really have to break. Any last person? Oh, if none, I will continue to the next bit, and I'll proceed to the next bit, and here I will now try to just announce to you that we have been doing so many lotteries. We have been doing quiz before, and so for the winners of the quiz in the previous sessions, we had the quiz 1, and of course I'm going to give you the entire list later. But for the quiz 1, we had Sarah Wanja, Gideon, and Josiah. So those ones are going to be, we will reward you. Of course, I think for we are going to send them airtime worth 500 Kenyan shillings. I think so. We also have Frida and Sylvester in the second quiz. Those are 5, but I still will still do some lottery here and get maybe 10 more names, and I will announce that. So in the meantime, I will congratulate Frida, Sarah, Gideon, Josiah, and Sylvester for actively participating and getting that. We will also be having our lottery to give you the 10 names. We will be having that. I'll give you that in a short while. So remember, before you leave, we will have to take a photo as well. But for now, I will I will invite Sarah to have a 1-minute word for you as we come to the close of the session. I will follow that with Paul or Dr. Wanyeki, and then I will hand it up to Professor Kathy later to finish this. So to begin, before I invite Sarah, can we turn on our camera? Can we turn on our camera for a photo? We want to take a group photo. And put on your best smile. Because I'm also running the random selection to get you the next people, because everyone, I really appreciate everyone for this fruitful discussion. So I'm running this so that I will also give you the names, but now I will do that as I also take the photo. So let's turn on our cameras and have the photo. Yeah. Okay, so camera, please. So please give us yours. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, as I promised you that I was taking the photo as we also ran down the random selection for the lottery, because I have to reward you. You have been with me, and it is very good session that we have shared as teachers. I appreciate your attendance and also your wonderful ideas that you have given to us. We have actually shared. I've learned a lot from the group sessions, and I have to assure you that this was a good forum that we may be having more and more in future. We need the collaborations, and I've also introduced to you the tools that we have. So anytime that you need anything, we are going to give you also, we are going to share with you some of the our emails and anything that you may need and the chat session. So you can get back to us at any given time, or through the channels that you got this information from. We can always guide you if you want any of those tools and if you want us to collaborate with your class. So I think at this moment, I'm going to share this, and congratulations to also these next people that I'm going to reward again. So we have Lewis Masharia, Maureen, Sarah Omolo, Amos Siango, Mayaka, Salome Chepchirchir, Paulo Tieno, Dr. Sarah Obinga, Julius K., Vincent Kiprono, and Kahoya Pamela Mudoni. I think we'll also send you some airtime also, maybe worth 500 shillings. So apart from that, there is also certificate for participating in this, but I'll invite a 1 minute comment from Sarah, and then 1 minute comment from Wanyeki, and then I will invite Kathy to share with us our last forum. So from me, I thank you very much. Thank you for joining this session. I hope to work with you guys in any other fora that is going to come ahead. Thank you very much for your time. Sarah.
Yes, thank you, Nicholas. Participants, we want to say thank you so much for taking time to be with us. It's not easy for somebody to sacrifice his or her 4 hours just to listen to what you don't know, but we are glad that you've been with us since we started. We've now come to the end, and we hope that this will bring forth fruitful collaborations in future. Thank you so much.
My turn?
Wanyeki, Dr. Paul.
Yeah, thank you. I take this opportunity to congratulate the 10 winners of the lottery and to congratulate everyone for finding time to join. And I encourage now it is time we roll our sleeves and apply what we have learned here, embrace the technologies that we have learned here, and maybe get now to how now to adopt to our situation. Thank you very much. Looking forward for the next session. Thank you.
Okay, and as you go to Professor Kathy, I want to tell you that I receive apologies from Dr. Mzee Fred. He would have been with us here at this moment, but yes, some challenges a bit. So we thank you very much. He is thanking you very much for finding time to do this. So I will take it to Professor Wang.
Hi. So thanks
Professor
everybody.
Kathy.
Yeah, thank you everyone to participating and spend the time for these 4 hours. Hopefully we will be able to see each other sooner. I really wish the pandemic can be over as soon as possible. So even though we can do it online, but I really would like to see you in person. Thank you.
So for the people who got the for the people who got the lottery, because I'm going to send you the money to your phone numbers, so the airtime to your phone numbers. So I'm going to request you to also give your you send your telephone number. So I will contact you through the email that you had and send you your rewards. Yeah. Thank you very much. So time to go, and I say thank you. So if we have any next program, we will join. So
Okay.
bye-bye. Yes, bye-bye,
Bye.
guys.
Good day.